Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Snow fell in silent torrents beyond the frost-etched windows of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, piling in great drifts that transformed the ancient castle into an alabaster fortress locked within winter's unyielding embrace. For 3 weeks, magical blizzards had raged across the Scottish Highlands, severing all conventional routes to the outside world. Even owlposts struggled against the relentless gales, and the flu network flickered unpredictably, rendered temperamental by the fierce magical currents riding the storm. In the depths of the castle, far from the crackling hearths where students huddled for warmth, Callum Nightshade moved like a shadow through the towering shelves of the restricted section. His pale fingers, elegant and precise, traced the spines of ancient tomes as he navigated the labyrinthine stacks by wandlight. A sixth-year Slytherin, with eyes the color of rain-washed slate, Callum had long ago mastered the art of academic transgression, a necessary skill for a student whose thirst for forbidden knowledge exceeded the narrow boundaries of the approved curriculum. "Revelio incantatum," he whispered, his wand trailing a subtle blue glow across a shelf of particularly ancient volumes. Professor Flamel's special permission slip crinkled in his pocket. Legitimate for once, though obtained through carefully crafted half-truths about researching alchemical theory. The wandlight flickered, then steadied upon a book where no book had been moments before. Unlike its leather-bound neighbors, this tome appeared to be bound in some strange, silvery material that caught the light like fish scales. No title marked its spine, but intricate runes shimmered across its surface, rearranging themselves subtly as Callum stared. "Curious," he murmured, the word forming a small cloud in the chill library air. Years of caution should have prevented him from touching such an obviously magical artifact, but something about the book seemed to call to him, a whisper beneath the howling of the distant storm. As his fingers closed around the spine, a surge of magic coursed through him, not hostile, but questioning, as if the book itself were taking his measure. The runes flared briefly, then settled into a pattern he could almost comprehend. With a small click, the clasp securing the book unlocked itself. Callum hesitated only briefly before opening the cover. Light erupted from the pages, not the harsh glare of a defensive curse, but a soft golden radiance that spilled over his hands and face like liquid sunshine. For a breathless moment, the illumination coalesced into intricate patterns in the air above the book, forming and reforming into shapes that seemed almost like words in a language too ancient to name. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light retreated back into the pages, leaving Callum blinking in the comparative darkness. The book lay open, its pages blank except for a single line of text that appeared as he watched. "The castle remembers what the mind forgets. What is hidden shall be revealed. What is masked shall be unveiled." Callum snapped the book shut, suddenly wary. He'd encountered enough magical objects to know that those which wrote back were rarely benign. Yet the book had done him no harm, and its magic felt unlike any dark artifact he'd studied in his independent research. Still clutching the tome, He slipped from the restricted section, unaware that high above in the divination tower, every crystal ball had simultaneously clouded with swirling golden mist, and in the headmaster's office, the portraits of every former school leader had awakened, all but one watching with keen interest as events set in motion centuries ago began to unfold. By morning, the first changes had manifested. Students entering the Great Hall for breakfast found themselves beneath a ceiling that no longer mirrored the storm-racked sky outside, but instead displayed a breathtaking view of celestial bodies no astronomer had ever catalogued. Suns of emerald and sapphire orbited by crystalline planets, all moving in a stately dance across velvet darkness. At the Slytherin table, Callum stared upward, a forkful of eggs forgotten halfway to his mouth. The book lay hidden in his dormitory, secured with every protective spell in his considerable arsenal, yet he could feel its influence spreading throughout the castle. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, Freya Weasley also gazed at the transformed ceiling, her freckled face illuminated by its otherworldly light. Unlike her numerous flame-haired relatives, Freya's hair was a deep auburn that bordered on mahogany, and her eyes held a fierce intelligence that had made her both respected and slightly feared since her first year. "It's beautiful," whispered her friend Eliza, "but Headmistress McGonagall looks ready to hex someone into next week." Indeed, the headmistress's expression was thunderous as she conferred with Professors Flitwick and Vector, all three occasionally glancing upward with professional concern. Whatever enchantment had altered the Great Hall's ceiling had done so without authorization, and anything capable of modifying Hogwarts's ancient magic represented a potential threat. Freya's attention, however, had shifted to the Slytherin table, where Callum Nightshade sat alone, as was his custom. Something about his expression, not awed like the others, but knowing, piqued her interest. As if sensing her scrutiny, he met her gaze briefly before returning to his breakfast with studied nonchalance. "Nightshade knows something," she murmured, more to herself than to Eliza. Before she could elaborate, screams erupted from the Hufflepuff table. A section of the stone floor had become transparent, revealing not the expected foundations, but an impossibly vast underground lake, its black waters illuminated by bioluminescent creatures that pulsed with hypnotic rhythm. As students scrambled away from the supernatural vista, similar transformations began throughout the hall, walls becoming diaphanous to reveal hidden chambers, ordinary objects shifting into fantastical forms, suits of armor stepping down from their plinths to bow formally to startled first years. Amidst the chaos, Freya noticed Callum slipping away, his expression taut with what might have been guilt. Callum fled to the 7th floor, seeking refuge in the room of requirement. 3 passes before the blank wall, concentrating on his need for a private space to examine the book, produced a heavy oak door. He slipped inside to find a perfect study, a crackling fire, comfortable armchair, and a desk equipped with quills, parchment, and various instruments for magical analysis. Drawing the book from his robes, he placed it on the desk and stepped back, half expecting another display of strange magic. The tome remained quiescent, its scaly binding gleaming in the firelight. "What are you?" he murmured, circling the desk cautiously. "And why can I open you when no one else could?" The door behind him crashed open, admitting a breathless and furious Freya Weasley, her wand leveled at his chest. "What have you done, Nightshade?" she demanded. Callum raised his hand slowly. "I didn't do anything, Weasley. Not intentionally." Her gaze flickered to the book. "That doesn't belong to the library collection. I've spent enough time in the restricted section to know every volume. You're trespassing in the restricted section often enough to recognize every book." Callum's eyebrow arched. Uddy, how very un-Gryffindor of you. Freya's wand remained steady. This isn't about house rivalry. The castle is transforming, and I'm betting that book is responsible. As if affirming her accusation, the book's pages began to ruffle in a non-existent breeze. Both students turned to watch as it opened itself, pages flipping rapidly before settling. Where there had been only the single line before, text now filled the parchment, accompanied by detailed illustrations of Hogwarts in various stages of transformation. Cautiously, they approached the desk together, momentary antagonism forgotten in the face of this new development. The testament of Headmaster Artemius Blackwood, Freya read from the top of the page, regarding the Chamber of Transmutation and the final examination. Callum frowned. Artemius Blackwood? I've never heard of a headmaster by that name. Neither have I, Freya conceded, lowering her wand finally. And I've memorized Hogwarts, a history. The text continued. I write this in my final hour as the curse consumes what remains of my strength. The chamber I discovered beneath the foundations of Hogwarts contains knowledge that could revolutionize magic itself, the ability to rewrite its fundamental laws. Such power cannot be destroyed, nor can it be entrusted to any but the worthiest soul. Thus I have created this book, imbued with a portion of my consciousness and bound to my bloodline. Only when Hogwarts faces great peril, isolated from outside aid, will the book reveal itself to one who carries my blood, however diluted by time. This air shall be tested, the castle itself becoming the examination hall. Only one who understands that true power requires true sacrifice shall access the chamber and the knowledge within. The rest of the page contained intricate diagrams of the castle's structure, highlighting hidden chambers and passages far more numerous than those documented in any known map of Hogwarts. You're this Blackwood's descendant? Freya asked skeptically. Callum shook his head slowly. Not that I know of. The Nightshades are an old family, but we've never claimed relation to any Hogwarts headmaster. A movement from a small portrait hanging beside the fireplace, one that hadn't been there when Callum entered, caught their attention. Within the frame, a severe-looking wizard with silver-threaded black hair and penetrating eyes regarded them coolly. Blood tells, young Nightshade, the portrait said. Though your family changed its name in the 1700s to escape certain associations, the Blackwood line continues through you, diluted but unbroken. Callum and Freya exchanged startled glances. Headmaster Blackwood, I presume? Freya recovered first. The portrait inclined its head. Indeed, Miss Weasley, a family known for its courage, if not always its subtlety. Why is this happening now? Callum demanded. The book mentioned great peril. Is the storm more than it appears? Perceptive, Blackwood nodded. The blizzards are no natural phenomenon, but a manifestation of arcane forces gathering strength beneath the school. An ancient enmity awakens, one I sealed away at great cost. My temporary solution has weakened over centuries. As if in response to his words, the castle shuddered violently. In the distance, they heard shouts and the sound of breaking glass. The transformations are accelerating, Blackwood continued calmly. Soon, Hogwarts will fully reflect the hidden truths and desires of all within its walls, a dangerous state that will tear the very fabric of the castle apart if not contained. Freya stepped forward, her expression resolute. Then, tell us how to stop it. The book will guide you to the Chamber of Transmutation. There, young Nightshade must complete the ritual I began, but be warned, power of this magnitude demands equivalent sacrifice. Another tremor shook the room, stronger than the first. A crack appeared in one wall, widening rapidly to reveal not stone and mortar, but a misty forest vista, complete with the sound of distant howls. We need to move, Callum said, grabbing the book. The castle is becoming unstable. Their journey through Hogwarts became increasingly surreal. Corridors stretched impossibly long or contracted abruptly. Staircases rearranged themselves in frantic patterns. And everywhere, the solid reality of the castle gave way to visions both wondrous and terrifying. They glimpsed a great hall made entirely of crystal, a dungeon filled with floating globes of multicolored fire, and a courtyard where gravity seemed reversed, with students walking cautiously on what should have been the ceiling. Most disturbing were the manifestations of hidden desires and fears. Near the kitchens, they encountered Professor Slughorn frantically trying to dispel an apparition of himself, receiving an Order of Merlin from a crowd of adoring admirers. Outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, shadowy dementors that were not quite real, but not entirely illusion, drifted aimlessly, presumably conjured from someone's deep-seated terror. "The castle's becoming a dreamscape," Freya observed as they hurried down a corridor where portraits had come to life, their subjects stepping from their frames to mingle confusedly with passing students. Everyone's subconscious is bleeding into reality. Callum consulted the book, which now displayed a moving map similar to the legendary Marauder's map, but far more detailed. The entrance to the chamber is through the foundations, beneath the northwest tower. They descended through the castle, following the book's guidance, eventually reaching an ancient door in a seldom visited sublevel. Unlike the grand entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, this portal was modest, a simple arch of weathered oak bound with iron, distinguished only by a faint shimmer that suggested powerful magic. "It requires blood," Callum said grimly, reading from the book, "Blackwood's blood." Without hesitation, he pressed his palm against a small indentation in the door's surface. A momentary sharp pain, and the door swung inward, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. As they descended, the tremors rocking the castle intensified. Dust rained from the ceiling, and the very air seemed charged with magical energy. "Whatever's happening up there is getting worse," Freya said, illuminating the steps ahead with her wand. The Chamber of Transmutation, when they finally reached it, defied all expectations. Unlike the Gothic grandeur of Hogwarts proper, this vast circular room appeared to be carved from a single piece of crystalline material that glowed with a soft inner light. At its center stood a plinth supporting what looked like a model of Hogwarts castle, perfect in every detail, but constructed from the same crystal as the chamber walls. "The Arcane Heart," Callum read from the book, which had begun filling with new text as soon as they entered. A sympathetic representation of Hogwarts itself. Any change made to the model affects the castle above. Above the model floated a pulsing orb of darkness. Not the absence of light, but something that seemed to swallow light, like a miniature black hole. Tendrils of shadow extended from the orb into the crystal model, spreading like veins of ink through water. "The Nullifera." Blackwood's voice came not from a portrait this time, but seemed to emanate from the chamber itself. "An entity of unmagic, the very antithesis of what gives Hogwarts life. I discovered it feeding on the castle's magical foundations and managed to contain it temporarily, but I lacked the strength to destroy it completely." "How do we stop it?" Freya asked, staring at the corruption spreading through the model. "The ritual requires the heir to channel the full magical essence of Hogwarts against the Nullifera," Blackwood's disembodied voice explained. "But such power cannot be wielded without cost. There must be balance, a sacrifice of equivalent value." Callum approached the plinth, the book open in his hands. "What kind of sacrifice?" "That which the heir values most," came the ominous reply. The chamber shuddered violently. Above, they could hear the distant sounds of panic, screams and the crash of collapsing stonework. "We're out of time," Freya said urgently. Do whatever you need to do, Nightshade. Do it now. Callum placed the book on the plinth beside the model and began reciting the incantation inscribed on the newly revealed page. The chamber's crystalline walls pulsed in rhythm with his words, channeling energy toward him until he stood at the center of a whirlwind of magical force. The Nullifera reacted, its tendrils withdrawing from the model to lash out at Callum. One brushed his arm, and he gasped as numbing cold spread from the point of contact. Not merely the absence of warmth, but the absence of sensation itself, a void that threatened to consume him. "The sacrifice," Blackwood's voice urged, "you must choose." In that moment of decision, with the fate of Hogwarts hanging in the balance, Callum's mind raced through possibilities. What did he value most? His intelligence, his magical ability, his future. Then his gaze fell on Freya, who stood ready to help despite their years of rivalry and suspicion, and understanding dawned. What he valued most wasn't something within himself, but the very thing that drove him to seek forbidden knowledge, his isolation, his carefully maintained separation from others, his belief that true power came from standing apart. "I choose connection," he declared, extending his hand toward Freya. I sacrificed solitude." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Freya grasped his outstretched hand and magic surged between them, not just Callum's magic or Freya's, but the ancient power of Hogwarts itself, centuries of spells and enchantments flowing through their joined hands. The Nullifera writhed as tendrils of golden light encircled it, constricting its darkness until, with a sound like the intake of breath before a scream, it imploded into nothingness. The crystal model gleamed, purified of the dark corruption, and the chamber around them pulsed once with blinding light before settling into a steady, warm glow. "Well done, heir of Blackwood," came the voice of Artemius Blackwood, softer now. "You understood what took me a lifetime to learn, that magic's greatest power lies not in isolation, but in connection." As the chamber's light dimmed, a section of the wall shimmered and became transparent, revealing a small antechamber filled with books, scrolls, and artifacts of clearly immense power and antiquity. "The knowledge I promised," Blackwood explained. The secrets of transmutation magic, the ability to rewrite the fundamental laws that govern our craft. Use it wisely and remember the lesson of your sacrifice. Above, the storm that had isolated Hogwarts dissipated as suddenly as it had begun. The castle's strange transformations reverted gradually, leaving only altered memories and confused discussions about collective hallucinations or elaborate pranks. In the headmistress's office, a portrait that had remained empty for centuries now contained the stern but slightly smiling figure of Artemius Blackwood, restored to his rightful place in Hogwarts history. And in a quiet corner of the library, far from the restricted section, Callum Nightshade and Freya Weasley huddled over an ancient tome, heads bent close together as they deciphered secrets that would change the magical world forever. No longer separated by house rivalries or personal suspicions, but united in the understanding that true magic, like true power, flourishes best when shared. The Book of Secrets lay closed beside them, its purpose fulfilled, waiting for the next time Hogwarts would need its heir to remember what others had forgotten. Story 2. The ancient astronomy tower of Hogwarts stood like a silent sentinel against the ink-black sky, its weathered stone bearing witness to countless celestial events over the centuries. But none had been quite like this. 7 stars, normally scattered across different constellations, had begun their slow dance toward alignment, a phenomenon that occurred once every 5 centuries. Professor Lyra Celestis stood alone on the observation deck, her silver-streaked hair whipping about her face in the cold November wind as she peered through the enchanted astrolabe of Ravenclaw. Her breath caught in her throat. The alignment was accelerating, defying all natural laws of celestial movement. "Impossible," she whispered, her fingers trembling as they adjusted the ancient device. "The convergence isn't due for another 17 years. The stars pulsed with an unnatural blue light, casting eerie shadows across the tower floor. Lyra's experienced eyes noticed something else, a thin shimmer in the air, like heat rising from sun-baked stone. Except this shimmer appeared in perfect vertical lines across the night sky. The barriers between realities were already beginning to weaken. Hogwarts slept below, blissfully unaware of the astronomical anomaly unfolding above. All except for one student, Orion Arcturus Black, who sat bolt upright in his four-poster bed in the Slytherin dormitory, awakened by the same nightmare that had haunted him for weeks. Hogwarts in ruins, stars raining fire upon the castle, and his own hands, glowing with ancient runes, reaching toward a tear in the sky. By morning, the first disappearance had been discovered. Ilara Lovegood, a dreamy-eyed Ravenclaw third year, had vanished from her dormitory overnight. In her place was Ilara Lovegood. Yet this Ilara wore her hair differently, spoke with a slight accent no one recalled her having, and seemed confused by the location of classrooms she had attended for years. "I've always been in arithmancy during third period," she insisted to Professor McGonagall, who knew perfectly well the girl had been taking care of magical creatures at that time since term began. By lunchtime, 3 more students had been replaced, each subtly different from the original, each insisting they had always been exactly as they were. In the Great Hall, Professor Celestis observed the strange occurrences with mounting dread. Her gaze drifted to the enchanted ceiling, where the daytime sky appeared normal to most, but to her trained eye, those same vertical shimmers were visible, growing stronger. "You see them too," came a deep voice beside her. Professor Sebastian Drake slid into the empty chair at her side, his penetrating gaze fixed on the ceiling. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was a recent addition to Hogwarts, mysterious, brilliant, and rumored to have once been an unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries. "The barriers are thinning," Lyra responded quietly. "The convergence has been artificially accelerated." Drake's expression darkened. "Then we have very little time. The substitutions have begun." "Dimensional bleeding," Lyra nodded. "Students from parallel Hogwarts schools, slipping through the weakening barriers, taking the places of our own. And where do our students go?" Drake's question hung in the air between them. "To other dimensions, I presume, but the displacement should be temporary unless the barriers collapse completely," Drake finished grimly. "Then all versions of reality will merge, with catastrophic consequences." In that moment, across the hall, Orion Black glanced up and met Lyra's gaze. An unspoken understanding passed between them. The boy had sensed something too. Lyra made a mental note to speak with him after classes. The astronomy classroom became their war room. Over the next 3 days, as more students were displaced and strange phenomena manifested throughout the castle, moving staircases that led to rooms that hadn't existed before, portraits showing landscapes no one recognized, Lyra and Sebastian gathered a small group of students who demonstrated awareness of the changes. "Each of you has shown sensitivity to the dimensional shifts," Lyra explained to the assembled students. "You can perceive the barriers weakening." 5 students stood before her. Orion Black, whose ancient family line was rumored to have dabbled in dimensional magic. Cassiopeia Meadows, a brilliant Ravenclaw who had correctly predicted the positions of the 7 stars months ago. Altair Finnegan, A Gryffindor who claimed to be experiencing double memories, Diana Greengrass, a quiet Slytherin who could see auras around the displaced students, and Leo Longbottom, a Hufflepuff who had been discovering strange plants in the greenhouse that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. The convergence of 7 stars is being manipulated, Drake told them, his voice grave. Someone, or something, is using ancient magic to accelerate a natural cosmic event for their own purposes. In 3 days, Lyra continued, the alignment will be complete. If we cannot stabilize the barriers by then, the dimensional bleeding will become irreversible. All possible versions of Hogwarts will collapse into one reality. But what would be so terrible about that? Asked Leo, confusion etched on his round face. It was Orion who answered, his voice hollow with the weight of recent nightmares. Because whoever is controlling the convergence will determine which version of reality becomes dominant. His pale eyes met Drake's. Indeed, and there are versions of our world where the dark arts reign supreme, where Voldemort's ideology lives on, where Hogwarts is not a school, but a fortress of dark magic. The silence that followed was deafening. That night, the vertical shimmers in the sky had become visible to everyone. Strange, aurora-like curtains of light that hung between the stars. Students gathered in courtyards and at windows, pointing in wonder at the beautiful but ominous display. In the astronomy tower, Lyra and Sebastian worked feverishly, consulting ancient texts and calculating precise astronomical measurements. The students had been sent to gather specific ingredients for the complex ritual that would be required to stabilize the barriers. "Professor," Orion called from the observation deck. I found something." He stood before the enchanted astrolabe, which now projected a spectacular 3-dimensional map of the 7 stars. As the professors approached, Orion pointed to a faint silver thread that connected the stars in a pattern neither had noticed before. "It's a binding spell," Orion said quietly. "I recognize it from my family's grimoire. Someone has bound the stars together, forcing them into alignment." Sebastian studied the pattern, then suddenly stepped back, his face draining of color. "That's impossible," he whispered. "What is it?" Lyra demanded. "That binding pattern," he said hoarsely. "It's Department of Mysteries work, experimental magic we were developing before I left." His eyes met Lyra's with dawning horror. "Someone has stolen unspeakable secrets." The door to the astronomy tower crashed open. Cassiopeia burst in, breathless, her eyes wild. "The headmaster," she gasped. "He's gone, and his office, it's completely different. There are dark artifacts everywhere, and a portrait of Salazar Slytherin where Dumbledore's should be." "It's accelerating," Lyra whispered. "We're out of time." The ritual had to be performed at the precise moment of full alignment. The astronomy tower was transformed, ancient runes carved into the floor, 7 pedestals arranged in the same pattern as the stars above, each holding a crystal that resonated with its celestial counterpart. The 5 students took their positions, forming a protective pentagram around the central dais, where Lyra and Sebastian would conduct the primary ritual. Outside, the sky had become a chaotic swirl of multiple realities bleeding together, one moment showing clear stars, the next covered in green fog, then splitting to reveal twin moons. "Remember," Lyra instructed the students, "focus on this reality, our Hogwarts, our world. Your consciousness will serve as anchors." The ritual began, with Lyra chanting in a language older than Latin, while Sebastian used his wand to weave complex patterns of light between the crystals. The students stood with arms outstretched, channeling their magical energy into stabilizing the barriers. As the 7 stars aligned perfectly overhead, a blinding column of light shot down through the open ceiling of the observatory, connecting the heavens to the ritual space. The tower trembled, and reality itself seemed to waver. Then, from the shadows, stepped a figure, familiar yet wrong. It was Sebastian Drake, and yet not the one participating in the ritual. This Drake wore robes emblazoned with symbols of dark power, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "So finally," the dark Drake intoned, "the merger begins." The true Sebastian spun to face his doppelganger. "You," he hissed, "you stole my research when you crossed over." "In my reality, the department embraced the power of dimensional magic," the dark Drake replied. "Why settle for one imperfect world when we could select the best parts of all possible worlds?" "And become their ruler," Lyra added, never ceasing her chanting, though her voice shook with effort. The dark Drake smiled coldly. A small price for perfection. The column of light began to warp, the barriers between dimensions weakening further. Students cried out as the strain of maintaining focus intensified. "Orion," Lyra called desperately. "The binding must be broken." The young black heir stood paralyzed, staring at the two Drakes. His nightmare was unfolding before him, reaching toward a tear in reality, his hands marked with ancient runes. With sudden clarity, he understood his role. The Black family had not merely dabbled in dimensional magic, they had been its guardians. The nightmares weren't warnings, they were memories, inherited through his bloodline, of the last convergence. Orion stepped forward, breaking the pentagram formation. Ignoring the protests from both professors, he raised his hands toward the column of light. Ancient words flowed from his lips, words he had never learned, yet somehow knew perfectly. Black runic symbols appeared on his skin, glowing with the same blue light as the 7 stars. "The Blacks were never meant to manipulate dimensions," he said, his voice resonating with power beyond his years. "We were meant to protect them." The dark Drake lunged forward, but Sebastian intercepted him. The two identical men dueled ferociously as Orion completed the counter-ritual, his hands now gripping the column of light as if it were tangible. "I unbind what was bound," Orion intoned. "I separate what was forced together. Let each star return to its rightful place. Let each reality remain distinct." With a tremendous effort, he pulled his hands apart. The column of light split, fragmenting into 7 separate beams that shot upward to their respective stars. The tower shook violently, and the dark Drake screamed in fury as his carefully orchestrated plan unraveled. A pulse of energy exploded outward from Orion, knocking everyone to the floor. For a brief moment, the astronomy tower seemed to exist in multiple states at once, ruined and whole, ancient and renovated, occupied and abandoned, before settling back into its familiar form. The dark Drake flickered like a faulty projection, his form becoming transparent. "This isn't over," he hissed, his voice distorting. "There will be another convergence." Then he was gone, pulled back to his own dimension as the barriers reasserted themselves. Dawn broke over Hogwarts, the sky clear and ordinary once more. The 7 stars had returned to their proper constellations. Their accelerated convergence halted. Throughout the castle, displaced students had vanished, returning to their own realities as the original students reappeared, confused but unharmed. The headmaster was back in his rightful office, with no memory of the parallel Hogwarts that had temporarily merged with theirs. In the astronomy tower, Lyra, Sebastian, and the 5 students gathered one last time, witnesses to an event that would go unrecorded in official school history. "The department must be informed," Sebastian said quietly. "If my counterpart could cross over once, he might find another way." Lyra nodded, her eyes on Orion, who stood gazing at his hands where the runic markings had been. "The Black family has kept its secrets well," she remarked. "Guardian of Dimensions, a noble title." Orion looked up, a new determination in his eyes. A responsibility, he corrected. One I won't ignore. Outside, students were gathering for breakfast, swapping stories about strange dreams and the unusual aurora from the night before. Life at Hogwarts was returning to normal, or as normal as it ever was at a school of witchcraft and wizardry. But up in the astronomy tower, 7 individuals now understood the fragility of reality and the power of the stars, and one young wizard had discovered his true legacy, not as the heir to a dark family name, but as a guardian of the very fabric of existence. The convergence was averted, but as Sebastian had said, there would be another in 500 years, or perhaps sooner if someone else attempted to manipulate the cosmic order. But when that time came, the descendants of Orion Black would be watching the stars, ready to protect the boundaries between worlds once more. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle shuddered in the darkness. A tremor that rippled through foundations laid 1,000 years before. Deep beneath the Black Lake, fault lines long dormant split the bedrock, sending waves crashing against the shore and startling the merfolk from their slumber. In the Forbidden Forest, centaurs gazed skyward, their expressions grave as celestial bodies shifted in patterns unseen for centuries. And in the 4 common rooms of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 4 students awakened simultaneously, each jolted from sleep by the same dream, a great hall they had never seen, 4 golden thrones, and a 5th shadow rising, formless yet terrible in its hunger. Elias Griffin bolted upright in his 4-poster bed, the crimson curtains swaying, though no breeze stirred the Gryffindor tower. The 7th-year prefect pressed a hand to his chest, feeling his heart thunder beneath his palm. The dream clung to him like cobwebs, impossible to brush away. He reached for his wand on the bedside table, and as his fingers closed around it, golden sparks erupted from its tip, casting strange shadows across the dormitory walls. Across the castle, in the Ravenclaw Tower, Lyra Ravenworth sat cross-legged on her bed, already scribbling frantically in a leather-bound journal. The dream had not surprised her as much as confirmed suspicions harbored since her first day at Hogwarts, the strange affinity she felt for forgotten spells, the whispers she sometimes heard from the diadem in Ravenclaw's statue. Her quill darted across the parchment, reconstructing the vision with mathematical precision. As she wrote, the ink shifted from black to bronze, the words rearranging themselves into patterns she had not consciously created. In the Hufflepuff basement, Thorne Huffman stood at a window that overlooked the herb gardens, though his gaze was turned inward rather than outward. The burly 6th-year Quidditch captain had never considered himself particularly intuitive, yet the dream had left him with absolute certainty. Something was awakening beneath Hogwarts, something that had been bound by the founders themselves. Even now, he could feel vibrations through the soles of his bare feet, as if the earth itself were trembling in anticipation. Absently, he touched the strange birthmark on his forearm, a perfect circle that had begun to glow with a soft amber light. And in the depths of the Slytherin dungeon, Celine Crowley paced her private prefect's chamber, emerald robes thrown hastily over her nightclothes. The air around her crackled with suppressed energy, small objects levitating momentarily whenever she passed. The dream had merely confirmed what generations of Crowleys had whispered, that their blood carried secrets older than the sacred 28. Older even than Salazar's chamber. Celine paused before an ornate mirror, studying her reflection by wandlight. For a moment, her shadow seemed to stretch behind her, forming the silhouette of a man in archaic robes, his hand outstretched toward the pendant that hung at her throat. Morning brought no respite from the strange occurrences. Students and faculty gathered in the Great Hall, their breakfast conversations dominated by the earthquake that had shaken the castle during the night. At the head table, Headmistress McGonagall conferred quietly with Professors Flitwick and Sprout, their expressions tense as they surveyed the enchanted ceiling, which swirled with unnatural storm clouds despite the clear autumn sky visible through the windows. Elias Griffin entered the hall late, having spent the early hours poring over his family grimoire, searching for any mention of his recurring dreams. He slipped into a seat beside his fellow Gryffindors, gratefully accepting a cup of tea. As he reached for a slice of toast, his sleeve pulled back, revealing an angry red mark on his wrist, a perfect triangular brand that had not been there the previous evening. "Nasty burn you've got there," commented his roommate, leaning closer. "Potions accident." Elias tugged his sleeve down. "Something like that." Across the hall, at the Ravenclaw table, Lyra Ravenworth had forgone breakfast entirely, surrounded instead by ancient tomes borrowed from the restricted section. Professor Flitwick had stopped questioning her special research privileges years ago, recognizing a scholarly devotion that mirrored Rowena herself. Lyra's fingers traced lines of text in Founders, Mysteries and Myths, stopping at a hastily sketched illustration of 4 figures standing around a pentagram, binding something at its center. Her concentration was broken by a commotion at the Hufflepuff table, where Thorn Huffman had collapsed, knocking over a pitcher of pumpkin juice. Students scattered as Professor Sprout rushed to the young man's side. Thorn's eyes had rolled back, showing only whites, and the birthmark on his arm blazed golden through his robes. "Make way," Professor Sprout commanded, conjuring a stretcher beneath the seizing student. As Thorn was levitated from the hall, Celine Crowley rose from the Slytherin table, her movements deliberate and unhurried despite the chaos. Her dark eyes met Lyra's across the hall, then flicked meaningfully toward Elias Griffin, who was already striding toward the doors, following Thorn's stretcher. Without a word passing between them, the 3 students converged in the entrance hall, drawn together by an understanding that transcended house rivalries. "The hospital wing will be useless," Celine stated flatly, her voice carrying the aristocratic cadence of old wizarding blood. "This isn't a medical condition." Elias bristled at her tone, but couldn't dispute her words. "Then what do you suggest, Crowley?" It was Lyra who answered, closing her book with a decisive snap. "The Chamber of Convergence. It's time." Few students knew of the Chamber of Convergence, a circular room hidden behind the stone effigies of the 4 founders in the castle's oldest courtyard. Unlike the Chamber of Secrets, this space had been created jointly by all 4 founders, a neutral ground where they could settle disputes and combine their powers when necessary. The 3 students hurried through corridors that seemed to shift subtly as they passed, suits of armor turning to watch their progress, portraits whispering urgently to one another. Outside, the sky had darkened to an unnatural twilight, though it was barely mid-morning, and a wind had risen that carried the scent of ozone and ancient magic. They reached the courtyard to find Professor Sprout already there. Thorn's unconscious form levitated beside her. The kindly herbology teacher's face was set in uncharacteristically stern lines. "I suspected this day would come," she said quietly, "though I had hoped it would be after my time." Before any of the students could respond, the stone effigy of Helga Hufflepuff pivoted outward, revealing a passageway beyond. The other 3 statues followed suit, until 4 openings stood before them, each emanating a different colored light: ruby, emerald, sapphire, and amber. "The castle recognizes you," Professor Sprout continued, her voice tinged with awe, "as do I. The birthmarks, the dreams, the sudden manifestations of power, all signs of the Founders' legacy awakening. We know what we are, Celine interrupted impatiently. Descendants of the founders. The question is why now? What has triggered the legacy after all these centuries? A groan from Thorn drew their attention. The Hufflepuff student's eyes fluttered open, now glowing with the same amber light as his birthmark. The fifth founder comes, he rasped, his voice overlaid with another, older cadence. The one they bound, the one they betrayed, the devourer awakens. In the chamber of convergence, illuminated by 4 elemental flames that burned in bronze braziers, the truth unfolded. Each student stood before the emblem of their ancestor, Elias before the lion of Gryffindor, Celine facing the serpent of Slytherin, Lyra beneath the eagle of Ravenclaw, and Thorn, now recovered but shaken, beside the badger of Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout had withdrawn, her duty fulfilled in bringing them together. In her place stood the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, her translucent form more substantial than any had seen before. Each generation, the potential exists, Helena explained, her voice echoing strangely in the chamber. 4 students, each carrying the purest bloodline of a founder. Yet rarely do all 4 attend Hogwarts simultaneously, and rarer still do they manifest the marks of power during the alignment. The earthquake, Lyra realized. It was no natural occurrence but a magical alignment of ley lines beneath the castle. Helena nodded. And you understand, as your ancestor would. Yes, the alignment weakens the bindings placed upon the 5th founder, Aurelius, who walked alongside the 4, but whose vision for the school differed too greatly. He believed magic should consume rather than create, Thorn said, the borrowed knowledge flowing through him, that wizards should absorb power rather than channel it. Precisely, Helena confirmed. Aurelius developed a form of magic that fed upon other wizards' abilities, a parasitic art that would have destroyed what Hogwarts was meant to be. The 4 founders united to bind him in a dimensional prison, accessible only through the heart of the castle itself. Elias's hand moved unconsciously to his wand, and now he's breaking free because of this alignment. The bindings weaken, Helena corrected. But they cannot break without a host, a descendant of all 4 bloodlines who might be corrupted to Aurelius's purpose. 4 pairs of eyes widened in understanding. One of us will betray the others, Celine whispered, her customary arrogance faltering. That's what your mother's diadem showed you, isn't it, Grey Lady? A betrayal from within. The ghost's silence was answer enough. In the days that followed, the 4 students' abilities manifested with startling rapidity. Elias discovered an affinity for wandless magic, his mere intent sufficient to cast spells that others required complex incantations to achieve. Lyra's intellectual prowess expanded to perfect recall and an intuitive understanding of magical theory that left even the professors bewildered. Thorn's connection to earth magic flourished, plants growing at his touch and magical creatures approaching him without fear. And Celine, perhaps most disturbingly, developed the ability to sense the magic of others, to see it as colorful auras that she could, with concentration, influence or suppress. They trained in the Chamber of Convergence, learning to combine their abilities as their ancestors had done. Yet beneath the cooperative facade, suspicion festered. Each watched the others for signs of corruption, for any indication of who might become Aurelius's vessel. The castle's condition deteriorated as the alignment progressed. Staircases moved violently, sometimes vanishing altogether. Classrooms shifted locations overnight. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall showed not the outside sky, but impossible vistas. Star systems never seen from Earth, landscapes from otherworldly dimensions. Younger students were evacuated to Hogsmeade, while 7th years and faculty maintained a vigilant patrol of the corridors. On the seventh night, as a blood-red moon rose over the forbidden forest, the four descendants gathered in the Chamber of Convergence one final time. At the center of the room, a blackened area had appeared on the stone floor, spreading like spilled ink into the shape of a pentagram. "It's time," Lyra said quietly, her copper hair lifted by unfelt currents of magic. "Aurelius attempts to cross over. We must renew the binding." They took their positions at 4 points of the pentagram, each standing upon their founder's emblem. Ancient words flowed from their lips, a spell none had been taught yet all somehow knew. Their birthmarks blazed with colored light, and between them the air began to tear, revealing a swirling vortex of hungry darkness. "Fools!" boomed a voice from the void, neither male nor female, but ancient beyond reckoning. "One of you belongs to me already. One of you bears my mark alongside their founders." The vortex pulsed, and spectral tendrils emerged, reaching toward Thorn, whose amber light flickered uncertainly. "It's Huffman," Celine hissed, her wand trained on the Hufflepuff student. "It's always been him." The seizure was no coincidence. It was possession. "No!" Lyra countered, her analytical mind racing. "That's too obvious." "Aurelius was known for his cunning. The vessel would be the last person we'd suspect." Elias's voice cut through their accusations, steady and resolute. "We're playing into his hands. Division is what allows him entry. The betrayer isn't one of us. It's the suspicion itself." The vortex expanded violently, the chamber trembling as stones cracked beneath their feet. Celine stumbled, nearly falling into the darkness. Thorn lunged forward, catching her arm and pulling her back, though the movement brought him dangerously close to the edge. "United we stand," Thorn quoted, his voice gaining strength. "Divided we fall." The founder's motto before, "Never tickle a sleeping dragon," became fashionable. A reluctant smile curved Celine's lips. "Perhaps Hufflepuffs aren't as dull as rumored." With that acknowledgement, something shifted in the chamber's energy. The four students straightened, turning as one to face the vortex. Their wands extended, tips nearly touching, and their voices joined in a single incantation. "By founders, blood and founders, will, the fifth shall not, Hogwarts claim." "What four have bound through magic's skill? Four more seal in Aurelius's name." Light erupted from their wands, ruby, emerald, sapphire, and amber, twisting together into a brilliant white beam that struck the center of the vortex. The darkness writhed, contracted, and with a sound like the closing of an immense door, vanished. The pentagram on the floor faded, leaving only smooth stone unmarked by Aurelius's presence. In the sudden silence, four students stood in a circle, their wands lowered, their birthmarks still glowing softly beneath their robes. The Chamber of Convergence hummed with residual magic, but the immediate danger had passed. "We did it," Elias breathed, looking at his companions with new respect. "We actually did it." "For now," Lyra cautioned. "The binding is renewed, but not permanent. Aurelius will seek another opportunity, another alignment. Then our descendants will face him," Thorn said simply. "As we did." Celine's calculating gaze swept over the group. "Perhaps, or perhaps we can find a more permanent solution, together." As they emerged from the chamber into the courtyard, dawn was breaking over Hogwarts. The castle stood as it had for 1,000 years, its stones saturated with the magic of countless generations. Yet something had changed, not in the ancient building, but in the four students who now looked upon it with the eyes of heirs rather than merely pupils. In the headmistress's office, four portraits that had hung dormant for centuries awakened simultaneously, their painted eyes following the progress of their descendants with pride and, perhaps, a touch of concern. For while the legacy of the founders offered great power, It also conferred greater responsibility, and the shadow of Aurelius would linger, waiting for the inevitable moment when bonds of friendship frayed and the betrayer finally emerged from among the four. But that was a story for another day, another generation of founders, heirs. For now, Hogwarts stood secure, protected by those who had learned that the greatest magic came not from individual prowess, but from the strength found in unlikely alliances and the power of four houses united as one. Story 4. The forgotten catacombs beneath Hogwarts Castle breathed with ancient magic, exhaling secrets that had slumbered for centuries. Torchlight flickered against walls adorned with runes no living scholar could translate, casting dancing shadows that seemed to whisper forgotten incantations. Professor Aurora Silverstone's fingers trembled as they traced the edges of a crumbling parchment, disturbing dust that had settled undisturbed since before the founding of the ministry itself. The scroll had called to her, its magic resonating with her own like a tuning fork struck against crystal. "Oblama Revelio," she whispered, her wand hovering above the brittle surface. The parchment glowed with ethereal blue light, revealing text that had been invisible moments before. Aurora's breath caught in her throat as ancient words materialized, a script so old it predated modern Latin spellcraft. Her silver-flecked eyes widened as she translated the first line, "The Heartstone of Merlin lies nestled in the cradle of magic, beneath the founders' feet, but beyond their sight." Dawn was still hours away when Aurora emerged from the catacombs, the translated text burning in her mind like feverish dreams. She crossed the moonlit grounds with purposeful strides, her emerald robes billowing behind her. The crisp autumn air carried the distant calls of thestrals from the edge of the forbidden forest, their cries melancholic in the pre-dawn stillness. But Aurora's thoughts remained fixed on what she had discovered, a relic of immeasurable power, concealed within Hogwarts itself for over a millennium, the Heartstone of Merlin, an artifact said to control the very currents of magic that sustained the castle. A stone that, in the wrong hands, could unravel the enchantments woven into Hogwarts' foundations or, worse, redirect them toward darker purposes. As she reached the castle doors, an owl swooped down from the owlery, dropping a small scroll at her feet before disappearing into the night. Aurora unfurled the message, recognizing the official seal of the Aura office. The handwriting, however, belonged to no active Aura. They know about the scrolls. 3 former Death Eaters spotted in Hogsmeade yesterday. Watch the shadows. Aurora. Not all of them wear masks. T.R. Aurora's lips pressed into a thin line. Thaddeus Ravens, once the Ministry's most promising Auror, now disgraced and relegated to the fringes of wizarding society. Once, they had been more than colleagues. Now, his warnings arrived via unmarked owls and cryptic messages. She tucked the note into her pocket and slipped into the castle, unaware of the hooded figure watching from the edge of the forbidden forest, or of the 3 exceptional students whose destinies were about to become irrevocably entwined with her own. The great hall hummed with the usual breakfast chatter the following morning as Aurora picked at her porridge, the weight of her discovery and Thaddeus's warning pressing upon her mind. At the Ravenclaw table, 7th-year Cassandra Moonshadow sat alone as usual, her mismatched eyes, one amber, one violet, scanning an ancient tome, while her quill took notes without her touch. At the Gryffindor table, Alaric Blackwood dominated conversation, his booming laugh at odds with the darkness of his family name and the whispered rumors about his parentage. And at the far end of the Slytherin table, quiet Eleanor Wintersmith methodically dissected a pomegranate, her fingers stained crimson like ritual offerings. 3 students, each exceptional in their own way, each necessary, though they didn't know it yet. "You look troubled, Aurora," came a voice beside her, smooth as aged fire whiskey. Professor Ambrose Blackthorne slid into the empty seat, his silver-streaked beard and elegant robes marking him as Hogwarts' long-standing alchemy master. For 30 years, he had been Aurora's mentor, guiding her from precocious student to respected professor. "Just research concerns," she replied, forcing a smile. "Ancient texts are rarely straightforward." Blackthorne's eyes, unnaturally green against his weathered face, seemed to pierce through her pretense. "Ah, the catacombs. Fascinating place, finding anything of interest among all that dust." A warning prickled at the base of Aurora's spine. She had told no one about her exploration of the catacombs. "Nothing conclusive," she lied smoothly. "Though there's evidence of pre-Roman magical settlements beneath the castle." Blackthorne nodded, seemingly satisfied, though his gaze lingered on her a moment too long. "If you require assistance with translation, my dear, my door is always open. Some knowledge is too heavy to carry alone." As he departed, Aurora's eyes drifted back to the three students. According to the scroll, the Heartstone resided in a chamber that would reveal itself only to 4, with magic that echoed the elements Merlin himself had mastered: fire, water, air, and earth. Aurora possessed the affinity for fire that had made her a formidable duelist. The three students represented the remaining elements, though they likely remained unaware of their innate gifts. She would need them all. And begrudgingly, she would need Thaddeus Raven's too. The disused classroom in the North Tower smelled of dust and forgotten magic. Aurora sealed the door with protective enchantments before turning to face the 4 people she had summoned. Cassandra Moonshadow perched on a desk like a curious raven, while Alaric Blackwood leaned against a wall with forced nonchalance. Eleanor Wintersmith stood perfectly still near the window, her expression unreadable. And in the shadows by the fireplace, Thaddeus Ravens cut an imposing figure despite his worn robes and the scar that bisected his left cheek, a parting gift from his last official mission. "I've called you here because each of you possesses something rare," Aurora began without preamble, "an elemental affinity that manifests in your magic." She gestured toward each student in turn. "Cassandra, your legilimency skills and intuitive connection to air magic. Alaric, your earth affinity, evident in your exceptional herbology work and ability to sense magic beneath the ground. Eleanor, water bends to your will even in transfiguration exercises where no liquid is present." The students exchanged glances, confusion and wariness evident in their postures. "And what of him?" Eleanor asked, her quiet voice belying her directness as she nodded toward Thaddeus. "Mr. Ravens is here because we face a threat that extends beyond Hogwarts walls," Aurora replied. "Former Death Eaters seek what I discovered in the catacombs, knowledge of Merlin's Heartstone, an artifact that could control the magical currents sustaining this castle, and potentially reshape them into a new form of dark magic," Thaddeus added, his voice rough from disuse. "The power that would make Voldemort's reign seem like a child's tantrum." Aurora unrolled the ancient parchment on a nearby desk. "The Heartstone lies hidden in a chamber accessible only to those with our specific magical affinities. We must find it before they do." "Why us?" Alaric demanded, pushing away from the wall. "Why not the headmistress or other professors?" "Because the chamber will admit only those whose magic resonates with Merlin's own," Aurora explained. "And because I believe you 3 were drawn to Hogwarts for this very purpose." The silence that followed felt weighted with destiny. "When do we begin?" Cassandra asked finally, her mismatched eyes gleaming with intelligence and curiosity. "Tonight," Aurora replied. "But the autumn equinox strengthens boundary magic. The entrance will be easier to locate. As the students filed out with instructions to meet after curfew, Thaddeus lingered behind. "You didn't tell them everything," he observed once they were alone. Aurora's shoulders sagged slightly. "How could I? That one of them might be required as a sacrifice if the relic's power needs to be contained. That there may be a traitor among those I trust most." Thaddeus moved closer, close enough that she could smell the faint scent of cedar and parchment that had once been so familiar. "You suspect Blackthorn." It wasn't a question. "He knew I was in the catacombs," she admitted. "No one knew. And the reference materials I needed kept disappearing from the library, only to reappear in his office when I mentioned needing them." "He trained you," Thaddeus reminded her. "He might simply be tracking your research." "Or orchestrating it," Aurora countered, meeting his gaze. The years had added silver to his dark hair and lines around his eyes, but they remained the same intense blue she remembered. "Either way, we proceed with caution." "Always," he agreed, the ghost of their shared past hovering unacknowledged between them. The catacombs felt different at night, the darkness more absolute, the silence more oppressive. Aurora led the small group through winding passages, their wands illuminating ancient carvings that seemed to writhe in the shifting light. Cassandra moved with surprising confidence, occasionally pausing to close her eyes as if listening to voices only she could hear. Alaric remained close to Eleanor, whose usual composure had given way to evident discomfort in the enclosed space. "The entrance should be ahead," Aurora whispered, consulting the parchment. "A wall marked with the constellation Draco." "There." Thaddeus gestured toward a section of wall where faint dots of luminescent lichen formed a serpentine pattern. Aurora nodded. "Each of us must channel our elemental affinity simultaneously. Focus your intent on revealing what's hidden." They formed a semicircle before the wall. Aurora closed her eyes, summoning the essence of fire within her magic. Passion, transformation, illumination. Beside her, she sensed rather than saw the others doing the same. Cassandra's air magic, manifesting as subtle currents that lifted dust from the floor. Alaric's earth magic, resonating with the very stones beneath their feet. Eleanor's water affinity, drawing moisture from the air, until tiny droplets clung to her skin like dew. Thaddeus stood slightly apart, his wand raised in protection rather than participation. His eyes scanned the shadows ceaselessly, vigilant against threats both seen and unseen. As their magic intensified, the constellation began to glow with increasing brightness. The wall shimmered, becoming translucent, then transparent, revealing a chamber beyond. Aurora stepped forward, then hesitated, her instincts screaming caution. Something felt wrong. "Wait," she commanded, studying the opening. And it yielded too easily. A slow clapping echoed from behind them. "Brilliant as always, my dear Aurora." Professor Blackthorn emerged from the shadows, his wand already drawn. Behind him stood three robed figures, their faces obscured, but their stance unmistakably aggressive. "I knew you would lead us to it eventually," he continued conversationally. "The brightest student I ever taught, unwittingly serving as the perfect divining rod for Merlin's greatest creation. You're working with them." Aurora's voice remained steady despite her shock. "Former Death Eaters. Ambrose, how far you've fallen." Blackthorn's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Not fallen, Aurora. Ascended." The Dark Lord's vision was too limited, too focused on blood purity rather than the true potential of magic itself. The Heartstone offers something far greater, the ability to rewrite the very laws of magic. One of the robed figures stepped forward impatiently. "Enough talk. Take the chamber." Aurora reacted instantly, her non-verbal shield charm deflecting the first volley of curses. The catacombs erupted into chaos as spells ricocheted off ancient walls, shattering stone and filling the air with dust and magical discharge. "Get to the chamber," she shouted to the students, engaging Blackthorn directly while Thaddeus dueled two of the robed assailants with the fluid grace that had once made him legendary among auras. Cassandra pulled the others toward the revealed entrance, her air magic clearing the dust to create a path. As they crossed the threshold, the third Death Eater broke away, pursuing them into the sacred space. Aurora fought with controlled fury, each spell precisely aimed, each countermeasure anticipating Blackthorn's formidable technique. They had dueled hundreds of times before, as teacher and student, as colleagues, as friends, but never as enemies with lethal intent. "You taught me too well, Ambrose," she said through gritted teeth, deflecting a particularly vicious curse. "And not well enough, it seems," he replied, his next spell catching her off guard, slicing across her shoulder. Aurora stumbled but maintained her footing. Behind her, she heard Thaddeus shout in pain as he took a spell meant for her back. Their situation was deteriorating rapidly. A sudden tremor shook the catacombs, stones cracking overhead as overwhelming magical energy poured from the chamber. Alaric stumbled out, his face ashen. Professor Eleanor's..." His words were cut short as the chamber erupted with blinding light. The magical shockwave knocked everyone off their feet, momentarily halting the battle. In the silence that followed, Eleanor Wintersmith emerged from the chamber, her normally pale features suffused with unearthly radiance. In her outstretched palm hovered a crystal no larger than a walnut, pulsing with colors no human language had names for. "The Heartstone," Blackthorn breathed, his expression transformed by naked avarice. Eleanor regarded him with eyes that now swirled like galaxies in miniature. "You misunderstand its purpose," she said, her voice overlaid with others, as if multiple Eleanors spoke simultaneously. "The Heartstone doesn't control magic, it balances it." She closed her fingers around the crystal, and the air around her shimmered with potential. Merlin created it as a fail-safe against precisely the kind of perversion you intend. Aurora felt the truth of it resonate within her own magic. The scrolls weren't instructions for using the relic, she realized aloud. They were warnings. Eleanor nodded solemnly. Cassandra saw it. The ritual you feared wasn't to contain the Heartstone's power. It was to ensure it chose a worthy vessel. Her gaze shifted to the Death Eaters and Blackthorn. And to cleanse corrupted magic. With a gesture that seemed almost gentle, Eleanor opened her palm again. The Heartstone rose into the air, spinning faster until it became a blur of pure, magical energy. Tendrils of light extended outward, wrapping around the Death Eaters and Blackthorn, who struggled futilely against bonds woven from magic more fundamental than any spell. "Not death," Eleanor assured as panic bloomed on the captured faces. "But purification. The darkness you've cultivated will be burned away. What remains will be less, but untainted." The light intensified until Aurora had to shield her eyes. When it faded, the Death Eaters and Blackthorn lay unconscious, their expressions peaceful for perhaps the first time in decades. Eleanor swayed, the otherworldly light fading from her features as the Heartstone dimmed to a soft glow within her cupped hands. "It will return to its chamber," she murmured, "until needed again." As if responding to her words, the crystal floated from her grasp, drifting back into the chamber, the wall solidified behind it, the constellation fading back to faint lichen traces. Aurora moved to support Eleanor as the girl's strength wavered. Thaddeus was already casting healing charms on his own wounds, while keeping his wand trained on the unconscious forms of their adversaries. "The Ministry will need to be notified," he said grimly, "though explaining this will be challenging. "We'll find a way," Aurora replied, looking at the three students with newfound respect. Together. As they made their way back through the catacombs, leaving Thaddeus to secure their captives, Aurora reflected on how thoroughly she had misunderstood everything, the relic, the prophecy, even her own role. She had believed herself the protector, the leader, only to discover she was merely the guide, bringing together the elements necessary for magic's own protection. The Heartstone would remain safe, hidden in its chamber beneath Hogwarts, its true purpose known to only a few. And if darkness rose again, as it inevitably would, the castle would find new guardians, drawn together by the invisible currents of magic that flowed beneath the surface of the wizarding world, currents that, thanks to their efforts that night, would remain in balance for generations to come. Above them, Hogwarts stood as it had for 1,000 years, bathed in moonlight, its foundation secured not just by stone and mortar, but by sacrifice, wisdom, and the undying legacy of the greatest wizard who ever lived. Story 5. The ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest stood sentinel at the edge of Hogwarts grounds, their gnarled branches weaving together to form a canopy so dense that perpetual twilight reigned beneath. Even in the brightness of midday, the forest floor remained shrouded in shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own, shifting, dancing, whispering secrets forgotten by all but the most primordial of magical creatures. Few students dared venture beyond the first line of sentinel oaks, heeding centuries of warnings passed down through generations of witches and wizards. Alistair Blackwood was not like other students. The 17-year-old Slytherin stood at the forest's edge, his tall, angular frame silhouetted against the setting sun. Wind tousled his raven-black hair as his pale grey eyes that had earned him both fear and fascination throughout his years at Hogwarts, studied the deepening shadows between the trees. Unlike his peers, who sensed only danger and darkness within the forest's depths, Alistair felt something entirely different. He felt welcome. Since his first year at Hogwarts, Alistair had been drawn to the shadowed places, the forgotten corridors of the castle's lower levels, the silent corners of the library where ancient tomes gathered dust, and most of all, the Forbidden Forest with its endless secrets. There was comfort in darkness for a boy whose family name had become synonymous with dark arts and disgrace. Tonight, however, Alistair's customary solitary excursion had a greater purpose than mere escape from whispers and sidelong glances. Since dawn, he had felt a disturbance in the shadows, a dissonance in the magic that had always flowed around him like a familiar current. Something was wrong within the forest, something that resonated with his very blood. As twilight deepened into dusk, Alistair slipped beneath the canopy, moving with the confidence of one who knew the paths that even centaurs seldom traveled. His wand remained sheathed. In this place, wand light would only attract unwanted attention. And besides, Alistair had never needed artificial illumination to find his way through darkness. The disturbance grew stronger as he ventured deeper, a discordant note in the forest's ancient symphony. After nearly an hour of walking, he reached a clearing unlike any he had encountered before. Perfectly circular, as though carved by some enormous compass, the space was ringed by 13 megalithic stones, each twice the height of a man and covered in runes that glowed with a faint, silvery luminescence. At the center of the circle lay the source of the disturbance, a fissure in the very fabric of reality, a jagged tear that pulsed with sickly green light and leaked shadows far darker than the natural darkness of the forest. Even to Alistair's shadow-attuned senses, these emanations felt wrong, hungry, malevolent, eager to consume rather than conceal. Udine, the occultist seal is breaking. The voice behind him might have startled another, but Alistair had sensed her presence moments before she spoke. He turned to find Eleanora Lightshade standing at the edge of the clearing, her wand illuminated with a soft golden glow that pushed back against the unnatural darkness. The Ravenclaw prefect's silver-blonde hair captured what little moonlight filtered through the canopy, creating a halo effect that only emphasized the vast differences between them. "Lightshade," Alistair acknowledged with a slight nod. "I didn't realize you were an expert on ancient magical barriers. And I didn't realize you made a habit of trespassing in forbidden areas," she countered, stepping into the clearing. Her blue eyes narrowed as she studied both him and the pulsing fissure. "Though perhaps I shouldn't be surprised, given your family's history with boundaries." The familiar sting of prejudice flared, but Alistair mastered it quickly. The Lightshades and Blackwoods had been rivals for generations, her family championing light magic and ministry cooperation, his delving into shadowed arts and keeping ancient, often forbidden traditions. That their two scions should find themselves alone in the forest, facing a magical catastrophe, seemed like the setup to a particularly dark joke. "What do you know about this seal?" he asked, choosing pragmatism over pride. Eleanora hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal to a Blackwood. "It's one of 7 created by Merlin himself to contain creatures too dangerous to destroy, too valuable to eradicate, creatures from elsewhere." "The Shade Realm," Alistair supplied, earning a look of surprise from his rival. "My family's history with boundaries, as you so delicately put it, includes extensive study of cross-dimensional thresholds, including this one." The fissure pulsed more violently, and both students instinctively stepped back as wisps of shadow stuff reached out like grasping fingers before receding. "The seal is failing," Alistair continued. "Something has disrupted its power source, the crystalline heart," Eleanora confirmed. "It was stored in the headmaster's office, protected by enchantments that should have been impenetrable. Should have been. It was stolen 3 nights ago." The implications hung between them like an uncast spell. Without the crystalline heart, the occultist seal would continue to deteriorate until it failed completely, allowing creatures of living shadow to pour into their world, creatures that fed on magic itself, draining witches and wizards of their power before consuming their life force. "How do you know all this?" Alistair asked, genuine curiosity overriding suspicion. Eleanora's expression tightened. "And my family has served as watchers of the 7 seals for 16 generations. When the heart was stolen, my father sent me an emergency owl. I've been searching the forest for 3 days, trying to locate this clearing." "And now you have," Alistair observed. "So what's your grand plan, Watcher Lightshade?" Her hesitation told him everything. "There isn't one, is there? Your family keeps the knowledge, but lacks the means to act upon it." "And what would you know of it, Blackwood?" she snapped, frustration breaking through her composed facade. "Your ancestors may have studied the boundaries, but mine have protected them. We have failed," he interrupted bluntly, "and I'm not interested in assigning blame. I'm interested in preventing a catastrophe." The fissure cracked wider, as if to emphasize his point, the sickly green light intensifying. Through the widening tear, shapes moved, sleek, sinuous forms that seemed formed of condensed night, their edges blurring like ink dropped in water. "It's accelerating," Eleanora whispered, the golden light of her wand flickering as the shadows around them deepened. "We need the heart." Alistair's mind raced through everything he knew of the 7 seals, knowledge gleaned from forbidden books hidden in his family's library, texts that would have earned his expulsion had they been discovered among his possessions. "The heart is just a focus," he said slowly, a desperate plan forming. The real power that maintains the seal comes from Hogwarts itself, the ambient magic of thousands of witches and wizards who have lived and studied here over centuries. "What are you suggesting?" Eleonora asked, her earlier hostility giving way to cautious hope. "I can channel that power," Alistair replied, removing his obsidian signet ring, the Blackwood family crest, a raven clutching a shadow in its talons. My family's affinity for shadow magic isn't entirely dark, despite what the Ministry would have everyone believe. We were guardians once, before fear and prejudice pushed us toward darker paths." Eleonora studied him with new eyes, centuries of ingrained suspicion warring with immediate necessity. "You can repair the seal without the heart." "Not repair," he clarified. "Sustain. Long enough to recover the heart and properly restore the barrier." "And what does this channeling require?" Alistair met her gaze directly. "Blood, and not just mine." Understanding dawned on her face. A union of opposites, light and shadow, working in concert. "Precisely. My ancestors may have fallen from grace, light shade, but they left behind knowledge that might save us all, if you're willing to set aside generations of enmity." The fissure widened again, now large enough for one of the shadow creatures to partially emerge, a tendril of pure darkness that tested the air of the mortal world like a serpent's tongue. "We have no choice," Eleonora decided, stepping forward and extending her hand. "So what must we do?" Alistair explained quickly, drawing a complex pattern of runes in the earth with the tip of his wand. They positioned themselves on opposite sides of the fissure, the unnatural shadows swirling around them as the creatures beyond sensed their magic, a feast waiting to be devoured. When I begin the incantation, press your palm against mine," Alistair instructed, rolling up his sleeve to reveal forearms covered in intricate tattoos that seemed to shift and move across his skin. "Whatever happens, whatever you feel, don't break contact until the chant is complete." Eleonora nodded, determination hardening her delicate features. As Alistair began to speak in a language older than Latin, older even than the druids who had once worshipped in this forest, she pressed her palm against his, across the widening tear. The effect was immediate and electrifying. Where their hands met, silver light and absolute darkness intermingled, spiraling up their arms and surrounding them in a cyclone of opposing forces. Alistair's tattoos glowed with the same silvery luminescence as the standing stones, the shadows within them stretching outward to connect with the seal's perimeter. Eleonora gasped as she felt her magic drain toward the connection point, flowing into Alistair and through him into the damaged seal. His chanting grew more intense, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to direct the massive energy current without being consumed by it. The shadow creatures recoiled from the combined light, screeching in a frequency that rattled the students. Bones and scent wildlife fleeing for miles around. The tear began to close, the edges of reality knitting back together as Alistair's voice rose to a crescendo. With a final, thunderous word, the seal snapped shut. The sudden release of tension sent both students tumbling backward, breaking their connection. Eleonora recovered first, scrambling to her feet to find the clearing restored to its natural state, the megalithic stones once again dormant, the fissure reduced to a hair-thin line at the circle's center. Alistair remained on the ground, his breathing shallow, the tattoos on his arms now faded to barely visible grey lines. Eleonora rushed to his side, genuine concern replacing their lifelong animosity. "Blackwood? Alistair? Are you all right?" His eyes fluttered open, their usual grey now threaded with silver. "It worked," he murmured, "but it's temporary. 3 days at most before the seal weakens again." Eleonora helped him sit up, her hand lingering on his shoulder longer than strictly necessary. "Then we have 3 days to find the heart." "And the thief," Alistair added grimly. Though I suspect I already know who's responsible." "Who?" Alistair climbed to his feet, swaying slightly before steadying himself against one of the megalithic stones. "Who has access to the headmaster's office? Who would know about the heart's existence and its purpose? Who would benefit from unleashing creatures that feed on magic?" Understanding dawned in Eleanora's eyes. "Headmaster Corvus." "But why would he risk destroying Hogwarts itself?" "Because he doesn't intend to destroy it," Alistair explained, the pieces falling into place. "He intends to control it, and the shadow creatures, using blood magic. My family's blood magic." The implications hung heavy between them. Corvus had always shown particular interest in Alistair, mentoring him despite his tarnished family name, encouraging his study of ancient magic while ostensibly keeping him on a lighter path. The extra lessons, Eleanora realized. The special access to restricted texts. "He wasn't guiding me away from my family's darkness," Alistair said bitterly. "He was preparing me as a conduit, a controlled descendant of Shadowbinders who could help him harness the power of the Shade Realm." The forest seemed to close in around them, the natural darkness now tinged with ominous purpose. What had begun as a simple mission to investigate a disturbance had revealed a conspiracy that threatened not just Hogwarts, but the entire wizarding world. "We need to get back to the castle," Eleanora urged. "Alert the professors. Contact the ministry." "No," Alistair interrupted. "Corvus has too much influence. Too many loyal followers who believe in his vision of a stronger, wizarding world. We can't risk warning him that we know." "Then what do you suggest?" For the first time that night, Alistair smiled, a sharp, determined expression that transformed his solemn features. "I suggest an alliance, Lightshade. One that would make both our families turn in their graves." Eleanora considered him for a long moment before extending her hand once more. "To save Hogwarts and stop Corvus, I believe my ancestors would understand." As their hands clasped for the second time that night, without magic this time, but with equal significance, an unspoken accord formed between them. Light and shadow, once divided by centuries of mistrust, now united against a darkness greater than either had faced alone. They made their way back through the forest, already planning their next moves in the shadow war that awaited them. Behind them, the 13 standing stones pulsed once with silver light before fading back into dormancy, guardians of a threshold that would soon become a battlefield. And deep within the headmaster's tower, Corvus stood before an ornate cabinet where the crystalline heart floated in suspension, its facets reflecting his satisfied smile as he sensed the temporary restoration of the seal. Proof that his carefully cultivated protégé had taken the first step on the path he had designed, unwittingly walking toward a destiny that would change the wizarding world forever. Story 6. The ancient oak door of Ollivanders burst open as a thunderous wave of wild magic surged through Diagon Alley, shattering windows and sending wands flying from their dusty boxes. Thorn Ollivander, heir to 7 centuries of wand lore, watched in horror as his grandfather's prized creations convulsed in midair, their cores exposed like raw nerves before they crumbled into ash. The catastrophe wasn't isolated to this weathered shop. All across London, wizards and witches stared helplessly at their once faithful wands, now transformed into mere sticks of wood, devoid of their former power. "It's happening everywhere," whispered Astra Flamel, her midnight blue robe still smoldering from emergency apparition. The renowned arcanist's eyes, silver as moonglow, scanned the devastation with scientific detachment that couldn't quite mask her alarm. From Hogwarts to Ilvermorny, Beauxbatons to Mahutukoro, Every wand made in the last 3 centuries is failing. The ministry is in chaos. Thorn's fingers closed around the only wand that had survived the surge, a peculiar, twisted hawthorn creation his great-grandfather had kept locked in dragon-forged chains. It hummed with satisfaction against his palm, almost purring with newfound strength while all others had perished. This wasn't made by an Ollivander, he realized aloud, tracing the unfamiliar runes etched into its handle. These markings, they're proto-druidic, predating even Hogwarts itself. The primordial wands are waking, came a raspy voice from the shadows of the ruined shop. A tall figure emerged, his face half hidden beneath a hood of deepest green. When he pulled it back, Thorn instinctively recoiled. The man's features were handsome but distorted by a birthmark that coiled like a serpent across his left cheek. And that, Master Ollivander, is merely a pale imitation of their power. Astra's wand, or what remained of it, was instantly leveled at the stranger's throat. Ezra Gaunt, she hissed, recognition dawning in her eyes. Last of a cursed bloodline. Your family was banned from Wandlore for blood sacrifices in wand creation. Ezra's smile didn't reach his amber eyes. Circumstances change, Miss Flamel. When ancient powers stir, old enemies must become reluctant allies. His gaze shifted to the window, where storm clouds gathered unnaturally fast over London. We have 3 days, perhaps less, before magic as we know it unravels completely. The ancient library beneath Gringotts Bank was accessible only to those with sufficient gold or sufficient secrets. Fortunately, the Flamels had accumulated both over centuries. Astra's hands trembled slightly as she unfolded a map so old its parchment was translucent, illuminated by floating orbs of witchlight. Jai, the Triad of Blackthorn, she murmured, pointing to 3 pulsing points on the weathered surface. 3 brothers, ancestors of the Peverils, crafted what became known as the primordial wands long before standardized wand-making. Each wand embodies a primal element, earth, sea, and sky. Thorn studied the locations, a submerged temple in the Celtic Sea, a forgotten fortress in the Carpathian Mountains, and a windswept shrine atop the highest Himalayan peak that wizards dared approach. These locations are unplottable, he observed. How did you obtain this map? Nicholas wasn't only interested in alchemy, Astra replied, not meeting his eyes. My ancestor collected forbidden knowledge. Ezra Gaunt ran a long finger across the Celtic Sea marking. The wands were separated because together they could channel magic in its purest form, raw, untamed, before wizards learned to domesticate it with incantations and movements. His voice dropped to a reverent whisper. They're awakening because they sense their creator returning. Their creator? Thorn's brow furrowed. I thought you said the Blackthorn brothers. The brothers were merely vessels, Ezra interrupted, his birthmark seeming to writhe in the dim light. Something older than wizardry guided their hands, something that slumbered for millennia until now. Outside, thunder rumbled as another surge of wild magic swept through London. In the distance, the crystal spires of the Ministry's hidden towers crumbled. We begin at the closest, Astra decided, tapping the Celtic Sea marking. The Wand of the Depths, Morgana's trench in the Celtic Sea, was a place where magical vessels dared not sail. The waters there ran black as ink and whispered secrets that drove men mad. Thorn, Astra, and Ezra descended in a modified diving bell, enchanted with the last functioning protective spells the Ministry could provide. Departmental agents will be close behind, Astra warned as they submerged. The Order of Arcane Twilight has existed within the Department of Mysteries for centuries with one purpose, to prevent precisely what's happening now. As their vessel sank deeper, bioluminescent creatures unlike anything in magizoology textbooks swarmed around them. Fish with too many eyes, serpents with glowing runes embedded in their scales, and jellyfish whose tendrils wove complex spell patterns in the water. "They're not attacking," Thorn observed, pressing his hands against the glass. "They're welcoming us." "They serve the old magic," Ezra murmured. "They recognize what we seek." The temple rose before them, a massive structure of black coral and obsidian, its architecture defying human design with impossible angles and corridors that seemed to bend inward and outward simultaneously. At its heart, pulsing with aquamarine light, floated the first primordial wand. Unlike modern wands, this was a gnarled branch of driftwood, encrusted with shells and pearls that shifted position continuously. Water spiraled around it in a perfect vortex that neither dispersed nor consumed itself. "Beautiful," whispered Astra, her academic detachment momentarily abandoned. As Thorn reached for it, the temple trembled. Dark silhouettes appeared at the entrance. Divers in sleek, enchanted suits, emblazoned with the insignia of the Order of Arcane Twilight. "Take it," Ezra commanded, drawing his own wand, an unusual implement of twisted bone that had also survived the magical surge. "I'll hold them." The moment Thorn's fingers closed around the wand of the depths, knowledge flooded his consciousness. Memories not his own, of ancient seas and civilizations long drowned, of magic performed without words or movements, pure will shaping reality. The wand bonded to him instantly, sending ripples of blue-green light up his arm. Water erupted around them as Ezra dueled the Twilight agents, his spells manifesting as currents and whirlpools rather than conventional magic. Astra seized Thorn's arm, her emergency portkey activating as the temple began to collapse. The Carpathian fortress stood like a jagged tooth against the twilight sky, its stone weathered by centuries of magical residue that made it shimmer faintly in the gathering darkness. Wolves with eyes like burning coals prowled its perimeter, acknowledging the trio with respectful distance as they approached. "The wand of the earth awaits within," Ezra explained, his voice strained. The underwater battle had left him weakened, a web of scars now joining his birthmark, but the fortress has guardians older than wizard kind. They hadn't climbed 3 steps before. The ground beneath them trembled. Massive roots erupted from the soil, twisting into humanoid shapes, dryads whose bark armor bore the same proto-druidic runes as the hawthorn wand. "We seek the primordial wand," Astra called out, her voice carrying unexpected authority. "The balance falters, wild magic rises unchecked." The largest dryad tilted its wooden face, eyes like amber sap regarding them with ancient intelligence. "The cycle returns," it intoned, voice like grinding timber. "The sovereign of forgotten stars awakens. Are you worthy vessels?" Before they could answer, the sky split with lightning. Figures on broomsticks descended, more twilight agents, their robes billowing like storm clouds. "Inside!" Thorn shouted, the wand of the depths pulsing in his hand. With instinctive knowledge he couldn't explain, he swept it in an arc. Water condensed from nothing, forming a barrier that bought them precious seconds to dash into the fortress. Inside, corridors shifted like a living maze, but the wand of the depths pulled Thorn forward, recognizing its sibling. They found the second primordial wand embedded in a massive crystal at the heart of the fortress, a gnarled branch of ancient oak, embedded with shards of emerald and obsidian. As Astra reached for it, the walls shuddered under magical assault. "They're breaking through," Ezra warned, casting protective enchantments with his bone wand. The moment Astra's fingers touched the wand of the earth, the fortress responded. Stone flowed like water, sealing entrances and creating new passages. The crystal shattered, and the wand leapt to her hand, sending tendrils of verdant energy spiraling up her arm. Her silver eyes flashed green as ancient knowledge transferred to her consciousness. "The Himalayas," she gasped. "We must reach the final wand before they do. Everything depends on it." Wind howled across the Himalayan peak, carrying snowflakes sharp as knives and whispers from beyond the veil. The shrine of the Wand of the Sky was little more than a circle of weathered monoliths, exposed to the heavens at an altitude where even magic struggled against the thin air. Ezra staggered as they materialized, blood seeping through his robes. "The Twilight agents ambushed our portkey path," he explained, clutching his side. "Well, I diverted them, but not without cost." Thorn helped the wounded man to shelter behind a monolith as Astra approached the center of the circle. There, suspended in a column of perpetual lightning, floated the third primordial wand, a branch of white ash adorned with feathers that shimmered between visibility and transparency. "The Order believes they protect our world," Astra shouted over the howling wind. "Danu, they don't understand that suppressing the old magic has created this instability. The wands must be united to restore balance." As she reached for the final wand, a blizzard materialized from nowhere, a magical construct that solidified into the intimidating form of the Twilight Order's Grand Arcanist. "Step away from the relic, Flamel," the figure commanded, voice echoing unnaturally. "Your ancestors knew the danger. These forces were contained for a reason." "Not contained," Ezra called out, struggling to his feet. "Imprisoned. There's a difference." He limped forward, revealing his full face in the harsh light. The birthmark had spread, covering half his features with scales that caught the lightning's glow. "I am the last guardian, bound by blood to serve the truth. The sovereign comes regardless. Better to guide the awakening than resist it." With unexpected swiftness, Ezra seized the Wand of the Sky. Light exploded outward as he brought it together with the Wand of the Depths he'd secretly taken from Thorn during their journey. "The triad must be completed," he cried. Understanding dawned in Astra's eyes. She thrust forward the Wand of the Earth. As the three primordial wands touched, reality itself seemed to bend. The mountaintop vanished, replaced by a void filled with stars unlike any in the known cosmos. Before them materialized a being of pure magical energy, neither human nor creature, its form constantly shifting between elements and states of matter. "The sovereign of forgotten stars," Ezra whispered, sinking to his knees. The being's voice resonated not in their ears but in their very souls. Magic was never meant to be tamed, categorized, legislated. It is wild creation, endless possibility. It regarded them with what might have been benevolence. The balance returns, the separation ends. Light spiraled outward from the entity, racing across the world. In its wake, magic transformed, not vanishing but changing. Wands worldwide reconstructed themselves, but differently. The rigid division between magical disciplines dissolved. On the mountaintop, now returned to reality, Thorn, Astra, and Ezra found themselves changed. Understanding flowed between them. The Sovereign had chosen them as its emissaries to guide wizardkind through the transformation. Not an ending, Astra realized, watching new constellations blink into existence above. A beginning. In London, in Diagon Alley, in the ruined shop of Ollivander's, wand boxes began to glow with renewed purpose as magic, ancient and new, found its balance once more.